Yo, yes, it was from me. 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 Yo, yes, your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound from me. Yo, check it out. Your stream sound. Is it better now? Did I fix it? I fixed it. I'm so fucking good, bro. Jesus. Sorry about that, man.
Beat 'em, gotta suck it up. Need 'em, but I fuck it up. Feed 'em, gotta mix it up. Beat 'em, gotta suck it up. Need 'em, but I fuck it up. Feed 'em, gotta mix it up. I tried so hard just to make it happen. I fell so far and I lost my traction. Got no traction, I got no traction. No traction, I got no traction.
Yeah.
Now you're falling on your bed. Now you're falling on your head.
Yeah, thank you.
Now you're falling on your bed. And I try to warn you, my head's in his head. And I try to warn you, it's all in your head. And I try to warn you, it's all in your head.
Your voice so different from yeah. It's not, you know, this song, I don't know what I'm trying to say, bro. Yes, full register, not just like but some yeah, not falsetto. That's right. And there are some harmonies here, I think.
Got no traction, I got no traction.
Can you sing it live? No. Come to my show, bro. I'll sing it live for you. Let me close this shit now. Close. Yeah, alright. What are your Vox preset for the main?
Beat 'em, gotta suck it up. Need 'em.
But to be honest, I Want Everything to Be Gay is my favorite song. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, bro. It's a good one. Old, but good.
Now you're falling on.
My my preset is oh yeah, where do you live, man? My preset is auto tune and a de-esser, but that's like first, and then it goes into an EQ, just cutting the lows and some
Gotta suck it up.
cutting out some annoying frequencies. Another de-esser. This compressor, which I love. And this EQ boosting some 10k here. Yeah, that's it for this one. Also, I have a doubler on the lead just to give it more width.
Beat 'em, gotta suck it up. Need 'em, but I fuck it up.
You might not be able to hear it, but you know, just widens it up a bit, and some reverb. some reverb. Yeah, the doubler, I mean, it's crazy. It just makes it like pop out, you know. And also this slap delay. Shit. Here.
Night falling on your bed, night falling on your head, night falling on your bed.
And some chamber stuff. And yeah. And a throw reverb. That doesn't get used here. Just here, I think. Or no. It's if there's two different... Yep, exactly. And I have a delay. I'm not using the delay. Night falling on your bed, night falling on, night falling. Yo, bro. Oh my. Yo, man. Yo. What's up, bro? What's up, man? What's up? What's up? What's up? Okay, there you go. Fucking. Give me a gate here. Some top and a 10k. Yo, yo. La 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 la. There you go. And this gate, like, yo, doesn't fucking work, man. Maybe it does. Okay. Sorry, I can't read the chat right now. Rockstar, thanks. Thank you, bro. Josh, thanks, man.
I tried so hard just to make it happen. I fell so far and I lost my traction. Got no traction, I got no traction. No traction, I got no traction. Night falling on your bed, night falling on your head, night falling on your bed. And I try to warn you, my head's in its head. Falling on your bed, night falling on your head, night falling on your bed. And I try to warn you, my head's in its head. And I try to warn you, it's all in your head.
Guitars need to be louder here, man.
Night falling on your bed, night falling on your head, night falling on your bed. And I try to warn you, my head's in its head. And I try to warn you, it's all in your head. I try to warn you, it's all in your head. Action. Beat 'em, gotta sign it up. Need 'em, but I fire up. Feed 'em, gotta mix it up. Beat 'em, gotta sign it up. Need 'em, but I fire up. Feed 'em, gotta mix it up. I tried so hard just to make it happen. I fell so far and I lost my traction. Got no traction, I got no traction. No traction, I got no traction. Night falling on your bed, night falling on your head, night falling on your bed. And I try to warn you, my head's in its head.
Check something.
And I try to warn you, it's all in your head. And I try to warn you, it's all in your head.
Jesus, man. Jesus, man. It's streaming in music, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, enough of this one. Let's open a different one right now. Let's go to Logic. Cause why not? Why the fuck not, bruh? Let's go to Logic, right? Fucking open, man. Open! It's so slow. Oh my god, it's scanning the fucking plugins. Oh my god. Okay, didn't take too long. Yeah, fuck you. Okay. We can open. Which one, bro? This. Come on. Wanna speed up, bro? Jesus. There you go.
Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Ooh, Joe is getting louder and I down another 40. I take it slow, make it glow. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Ooh. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. For you.
This bass needs some distortion. Sounds kind of boring right now. Sorry about my voice. My throat is fucked. Let's see. Sound toys. Decapitator. Are there any cool presets here? Beefy. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Ooh, Joe is getting louder and I down another 40. I take it slow, make it glow. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting yo.
Fun. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. Fun. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so you. For you. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Ooh, Joe is getting louder and I down another 40. I take it slow, make it glow. Kick the shit
bus too. It's beautiful.
Head, I'm getting so tired of you, for you. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you, for you. Ooh. Show is getting louder and I down another 40. I take it slow, make it glow. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you, for you. For you, ooh, yeah, yeah, for you, ooh, yeah, for you, ooh. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you, for you. getting so tired of you. For you. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Ooh, show is getting louder and I down another 40. But take it slow, make it glow. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. You. Kick the shit. Kick the shit. Kick the shit out my. Kick the shit. What keys this in, bro? F sharp major, F sharp major. Kick the shit, kick the shit. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Kick the shit out my head. Switch headset. This is my mixing headset. This is my recording headset. Oh shit. Yo, yo, yo. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Kick the shit out my head, I'm kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so shoulders and kick the shit. La la la. You. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Ooh, show is getting louder and I down another 40. But take it slow. Kick the shit out. Where is it? Is it kick? Yeah. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Just gonna see how that sounds. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. That sounds fire, bro. But I have vocals there, so I don't need. Oh, how hot. What dB record vocals? Gaming league and have this in the background. Good luck. Good luck on your league game, bro. Good luck with that. Ever. Kick the shit. Kick the shit. I'm a head. Getting so tired of you. For you. Oh.
Yeah, for you, for you, ooh. Oh. Oh, my back is killing me. Oh, yeah, for you. Ooh, no, 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 holy fuck. Almost passed out, bro. Kick that shit. Kick the shit out my head. Need to turn the mic down a little. Kick the shit out my head. For you, for you. Ever. You. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Ooh, always getting. Ever. Kick the shit. See if I can find something here. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so. Kick the shit out my head. Kick the shit out, that's so loud. Out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. Kick the shit out my head. Okay. For you, make it glow. What the fuck happened there?
Another 40, take it slow, make it glow. I'm so tired, I've been so tired for love.
Oh shit.
I'm so tired, I've been so tired for love.
Det oving. Nei, det Jeg prøver å skrive musikk da, bare.
For you. Show is getting louder and I down another 40. Take it slow, make it glow. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired
Yeah.
of you, for you. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you, for you. Take it slow. I've been so tired for love. I am so tired. I've been so tired for love. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired for you. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired for you. Getting louder and I down another 40. Take it slow, make it glow. I am so tired, I've been so tired for love. Take it, make it glow.
Yo, what the fuck, man? What the fuck is wrong with this bullshit, bro? Yo. Yo.
Make it glow.
I'm so tired. I'm tired of love.
Glow.
I am so tired. I am so tired. I am so tired. I am so tired for love. I am so tired. I am for love. I am so tired. Fucking bullshit, bro. Yeah.
Make it glow.
I am so tired. was really weird.
Oh, yeah, I am so tired, I am so tired for love.
Yeah, it sounds kinda good though.
Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so, make it glow. Yeah, I am so tired, I am so tired for love. Make it glow. Yeah, I am so tired, make it glow. Yeah, I am so tired, I am no higher than love.
Oh damn.
I am so tired, I am no higher than love.
First one was better, I think.
Yeah, I am so tired, I am so tired for love. I am so tired for love.
They put on the metronome, I can't fucking sing in time, bro.
I am so tired for love. Follow. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Ooh. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. For you. Ooh. Joe is getting louder and I down another 40. I take it slow, make it glow. Yeah, I am so tired, I am so tired for love. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you. For you. I am so tired, I am so tired for love. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired of you.
This music program called Isotope, also did you get banned from Reddit? Yes, I did. Every time I try to make an account, I get insta-banned, bro. Now this is Logic Pro. Logic Pro.
Of you. For you. Ooh. Kick the shit out my head, I'm getting so tired.
Oh, thanks. My favorite song from you is Broken Down. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Oh, I can't sing it, wrong key. Broken down, never got the door. Oh shit, wrong key. It's the wrong key. Oh no. Be right back. Mange dag. That's pretty good. Sorry. Broken down, then walk out the door. Fucking stupid autotune, bro. Oh, my merch. Sorry, Jesus, I had to change that. Wait. Okay. No, or I know we have some merch left. You know, I'm wearing it right now, bro. We have some left, but the website is down. I think the website is down right now. Yeah. I'm not the owner, but I'm almost 100% sure that we have stuff left. I just have to get the website back up, which I will do very soon. All right, I'll probably post it on Instagram when I've done it. I just have to pay the people that keeps the website up and shit, you know. Can't do that right now. Or I could, but they're probably asleep now. But yeah, to answer your question, yes, I think so. Lie away. Woo, 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 woo. Scared myself.
Show is getting louder and I down another 40. Take it slow, make it glow. I am so tired, I am so tired.
Fire. You.
If I follow, kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you, for you. Kick the shit out my head. I'm getting so tired of you, for
Let's get my guitar out, bruh. Okay. yo, 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 100, yeah, 100, 100. No, 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 do, 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 do. Oh, let's see. Man, give me the IO matrix, please. Because I can't fucking... I feel so guilty. Let's see. And this is... And this is analog 3, analog 3, analog 3, analog 3, bitch. Is it this? No, it's not. That's a fucking microphone or something. Yeah, that's the mic. Aux 2. Aux 2. Man, I'm gonna break my monitor, I swear. Line 3. Is it this? Might be. La, 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 la. Why is there no sound? But there's picture. Why is there no sound, man? Found it, you fucking bitch. Delete, yes, delete, fuck off. 100. Alright, I got it. 1, 2, 3. Fucking. Why doesn't it fucking loop? Please loop, bro. I play it. No, man. What is this? What's happening? Don't show, you stupid fucking. Just delete all that shit. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no. Down, 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 no, no. No. Down, 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 no. 100. Down, no, no. Down, no. Down, do 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 do, down, no, no. Da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da, da da da. Okay. I'm fucking stupid. That one. Change project signature, yes. My god, man. It's not that hard. Boom. All the way left, all the way right. Oh my god. Jesus. Premier Rock. La 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 la. That's the kick. Uh, 11 ambience. Let's try to make something out of this. Kick, snare. 5, 6. That's nothing. Delete, you fucking. Oh my god. How do I fucking remove this? I don't want this, bro. Oh, fuck it. Fuck yeah, mixer. Apply multi-channel outputs. Oh yeah, there you go. Snare. Snare top. Snare. Snare top. This is hi-hats. 9, 10. Rack tom. 1. Rack tom 2. Rack tom 3. Floor tom 1. Floor tom 2. Overhead. Oh, the rack toms are all in the same one. And the floor toms, then this one is the overhead. Another overhead. But they're yeah. And then go to fucking radio cabin is like no. Let's go to the motherfucking premiere. Fucking hi-hats is 7/8. All these are line 10, then overhead dynamic is 11, 12. This one to 11, 12. Let's call it overhead. 13, 14 ADM. This is also ambience, 13, 14. Let's read those. Make a new track stack, folder stack. No, not folder stack. The output to bus here, drum bus, let's add some add this bus compressor. Just use add some EQ to this kick because it sounds like trash right now. We can use this one. Get out some low rumble. That. And here. With the snare bottom. overheads, we can smash them a bit. Some EQ. That's the wrong channel. Like that. Just used one snare on 3, 4. Oh no. Just use the distressor. Kick. Nah. Sounds good. Definitely need to do something to this snare, man. man. Over. Some reverb. We can use that for ATL, for ADL, for ADL, for ADL.
Oxford inflator. Let's use the Oxford inflator. Or maybe the voice of God. Get important, so 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 I'm important. So get important that I'm important, so I listen to you now. Get important, yeah. So get important that I'm important, so I can do it, but now get important, so I can afford it, so I can get it now. So get important that I'm important, 'cause I can tell you, but now. That was very trash, but it's fine. It's fine, mate. It's fine, man. I'll just first turn myself up a bit here, like so. Find the key. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can tell you, but now get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can tell you, but now get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can tell you, but now get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. Get important that I'm important, 'cause I can tell you, but now get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, so I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important, 'cause I can see it but now. Get important so I can afford it, I can get it now. It's get important that I'm important. Yeah. Turn that back down, just like that. Let's see, what levels am I hitting now? Fine.
C major error. Just get lost, so I get fast, get along, that's why get a little lost now. Get a little long, just get a little long, yeah. Just get a little longer. And I'm trying to get over myself, and I try to get over myself. I try to get over myself. And I try to get over myself. I try to get over myself. And 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 I try to get. And I try to get over myself. 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 And I try to get over myself.
Slap, where's the slap delay, brother?
Slap,
Slap, fuck it. Let's just do this one. It could be journey.
And I try to get over myself. 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 Yeah. And I try to get over myself. And I try to get over myself. And I try to get over myself. And
to get off of myself, and I tried 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 to get off of myself, and I tried. And I tried to get off of myself, and I tried to get off of myself, and I tried to get off of myself. And I tried to get off of myself, and I tried to get off of myself, and I tried to get off of myself, and I tried. And I tried to get off of myself, 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 and I tried. It's kinda cool, I guess. It is kinda cool, I guess. Let's call that 127. Now let's watch some videos. Now let's watch some other videos. Alright.
Yeah, so there's these
that's loud.
delay throws happening that were from the original mix. I'm just gonna keep them in, they sound cool.
Yeah, that's not cool. Na 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 na. Ever. Yeah.
Now let's get these bombs in. Okay, let's check these out for a second. Okay, looks like I was rolling off a little bit of low end with just basic EQ. Probably use Fab Filter now, but it's there, whatever. Some reverb, a spring reverb. I'll keep that.
back hurts so. My back, yeah, my back hurts so fucking bad. Yeah, my back. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Okay, let's go to the first verse. Let's just have a listen, see what's going on. So yeah, I'm just gonna tweak stuff as we go. Like I'll listen down a bunch of times and I'll tweak levels, tweak EQ, add things. So I'm just gonna kind of be listening and changing some things here. I keep going back and forth on that snare reverb. Is it, you know, it's possibly bordering on being ridiculous or possibly cool. I'm not really sure. It could be amazing. It might be horrible. I'm not sure yet, but.
Put a gate on the reverb. I think that would sound good. If you put a gate on the, if you put a gate on the reverb, if you put a gate on the reverb, I think that would sound very nice. Let me. If you la la mama wa la 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 and then seeing start. If you put the gate on the reverb, I think that would be pretty nice. This shit doesn't work. Oh, it does. I'm just stupid. Yo. Yeah, it works. It works. It works now. Fine. Cool.
I think it's cool. So let's get some other elements in. These are some prophet chords. Come in on the second verse.
Yeah, a second.
Rolling a little bit of top end off, it looks like. Another side chain compressor.
Damn. Damn.
Let me just work on this section for a little bit here.
Holy shit. I got the cable.
Just find a better level for the Prophet. And I'm trying to not go back to the original mix. I'm trying to not reference that.
Oh my goodness.
Although I'd like to, but I don't think I'm going to just yet. And I've got there's a little bit of reverb on this Prophet. Again, another one of these Altiverb TubeWorks Spring reverb plugins.
Yo. Is the battery dead? Yeah. Fuck off.
These bells. Cool sound. Super cool.
AA batteries. I don't have that. Fuck the bitch.
And I tried to get over myself.
Korg Mini Volt keys. Is this the one I have? No, it's not. It's Volca FM something. This is the one I have. That's the one I have.
And some good, a little bit of a thing open. The box back comes a little fun. Oh, look at that. But yeah, stereo cable. We've got some batteries. Volca FM by Korg. Same board. Since I put the Volca next to it like this. Just so you have an idea. Start jamming. And look at that. All right. Volca FM. And now we're going to plug it in. And turn it on for the first time. Ooh, look at that. All right. Well, it's a Volca, so everything is pretty self-explanatory. So I'm just going to start recording here. I'm going to cut out the camera sound, and you're just going to hear the Volca now. So here we go. Now that was a lot of fun. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with this
Oh
thing.
shit.
It's got a lot of options for really smooth, pretty crystalline sounds or really nasty like that one.
Did it come with the cable? I can't remember.
In this video, I want to share with you the
Fucking I need some double A batteries, double A batteries, double A batteries, double A batteries. Double A batteries. Oh my god, I have to fucking take a shit, bro. Be right back. Watch this. again. And it makes me fucking. Even though I didn't dream about it, I still dream about it. And I know all the time.
Forgot about these claps. We gotta get those claps in.
Oh, kan jag inte please? 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 Ah!
It's a war.
Being words, I just fell out on the porch.
So yeah, I had a little bit of top end.
Even though I didn't dream about it, I still think about it, and I dream about
I was
it.
trimming it down 4 dB, 4.1 dB for some reason. Maybe it was just hitting the board. Maybe it was too hot, I'm not sure. Still quite loud, although they should be pretty loud. I think the intention is for them to be loud.
Yeah.
So it might be a little too loud.
Oh shit.
Looks like it's going to a true verb. Haven't used that in a while.
Really?
Okay, go-go bells. Let's just bring these down a little bit.
Mm.
I'm actually going to sidechain these. And then we've got these Krumar strings kind of at the end. Let's bring those in. Looks like I rolled off some low end, boosted some top. Kind of a theme for this album, actually. This sort of shape, this kind of tilt of,
Sorry.
you know, lots of top end and not having low end be the thing, kind of having the mid range and the top end be the feature. Super cool sound. I mean, look, there's like, you know, possibly a wrong note in there, but it's cool. You know, it works. Or you don't really hear it very much, but it's cool they didn't change that, I think. So here's some guitar. I think Justin played this originally. This comes in at the end. So it looks like I had some Sans amp on it.
Har gjort det òg. Love you. God natt.
Some phaser. Little EQ. And it looks like I was compressing it. Some effects, some reverb. RMX 16. Some delay. Basic, kind of a short delay, 118 milliseconds. And then there was an amazing sax solo played by James King, who's someone I've worked with before. He's in Fits and the Tantrums, who I've worked with. He's incredible. This is such an iconic solo. I love this. Here, let's get.
Crazy.
So here's a little distortion, little EQ. Some additional reverb. Sounds like they had some reverb printed on that track there. So I added another Altiverb setting. This is a cool Baldwin reverb. It's kind of unusual. And a little slap, again, just a basic mod delay 3, I guess. Let's get a good level for it. I'm going to back it up a little bit and just see how it all sounds and bring the level in then. So yeah, I'm going to add some. Looks like I had probably an older TG1 on the sax. I'll just add a newer TG1. That seems pretty good. I took the guitar out for a second because there's a lot going on here. Let's find a good level for the guitar. Okay, here, let's go to the breakdown. Let's just see what's going on in this.
That's pretty cool. Let me. Wait, just give me. Let's see if it works. Why doesn't that work? Logic. Da-da-da-da. Where? General. Okay. Bypass. Yes, let me do that. I need to open the UA meter shit. Make sure. Okay. Now does that work? Really? Doesn't fucking work, man. I have to open the track again or something? Maybe. Close. Reason 27. Open. No, 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 no. Diddle, no, no, no. Fucking does work.
And I tried to get over myself. 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 And I tried.
Cool, okay. Yo, I was watching that, man. Next. Okay.
One thing I do sometimes when I'm trying to find a good level for something,
Yeah.
I'll play here. Where's that kick that comes in? It's right here. Usually I have a little control surface. So I'll just kind of move the fader around. I'll see where it's at. It's at -8. There's already some automation on this master drum track here, so it'll snap back to where it belongs or where it was. But I'll just kind of play around with the level. And then, so it looks like 14.5, that's where I ended up. So then I'll just go back and write that as automation there. Let's see what this, there's these drones. Let's see what these are. Just gonna roll out some low end. Yeah, I mean, you can see there's a lot of all this stuff here. He probably don't want to have that in the mix.
Hey.
And with stuff like this, I'll roll it out to where it seems right, and then I back it off a little bit. And I can, up top here, there's something weird. Let's see. I just saw that moving. Yeah, I'll probably cut that out as well. Okay, we've got these end vocals coming in. Let's see what that's all about. So some of these are older plugins here. This is probably TG1.
Fucking hot in here. See. 60. Or something. +4.
Let's see what these vocals are. Looks like I had some EQ, like just filtering, a little bit of compression, and then another TG1. Let's throw a new one on. And there's some effects. Yeah, so this is sending, as are some other tracks. All these highlighted tracks are sending to this track that's got a delay, some EQ, low end filtered out, 2.71 EQ, K boosted, and then a phaser. Yeah. Let me just get some of these vocals sorted here.
Waiting in a car, in the car. Waiting in a
Okay, it's getting a little crazy. So let's see that a go-go. I want to bring that down a bit.
Jesus. Those S's are crazy. Let me put a DS, sir. Let me put a DS. Put the DS, sir. Put the DS, sir. Put the DS, sir. DS. DS, sir. DS, sir. Let me put a DS, sir. 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 Okay. Yeah, we're good now. DS, sir. Why America?
Okay, I'm gonna use that, grab a reverb for these ad-lib vocals. Modulation, H3000.
Just a little. Shit's a little too loud right now. That's better. That's better, right? That's better. That's better. Yes, sir, I'm the way.
So this song was originally printed to tape, but regardless, these days, I don't print to tape much these days, but I will add a little bit of, tape plug in. Let's see how this sounds. Cool, and then my bus is getting a little hot, so I'll back that off a few dB, down to 6. And actually it's at this point where I'll probably lose that trim and I'll get any added level from this plugin. So I'll just bring the input up to hit this tape plugin a little harder. Here, let me just hear this whole breakdown section one more time.
Where's the bus to? Bus to the master, probably.
Okay, I just did a fade there. I think it probably faded out earlier than that, but we'll give a little more to the sax in this version. I always mute. This is just a habit from working on consoles with automation. I always mute the beginning and the end. I always have, it's just quiet up until the song plays, and then the mute opens, and then when the song is done, the fade is done, I always put a mute there. It's just a habit. It's probably not necessary, but I don't know. So here, let's just check it out, see how this whole thing works here.
Sorry.
I'm just going to add a little bit of de-essing to the vocal. And then one thing, so this is just again, like normally I wouldn't do this, but normally I would be doing most of the processing to this main vocal aux or whatever the main vocals are. For whatever reason, back when I did this, I was doing it to the blend because I think the blend was much louder than the uncompressed vocal or the main vocal aux. So I'm just going to kind of stick with that, but it's a little odd. For how I do things now. So here's with a little de-essing. I'm just going to do it on the group. Normally I'd maybe go into each one and just kind of, you know, fine tune things, but I'm just going to throw it on the overall thing.
S.
And I tried to get over myself. 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 And I tried.
No. In a car. In the dark.
I'm just going to brighten the snare a little bit more. I'm just going to add an additional EQ.
Turn off power setting, please. Thank you.
I think that's pretty much it. It's all kind of there. Okay, let's go back. Now I'm kind of curious. This is so hard to do this. Here, I'm gonna just go back and forth between a chorus. This is the second chorus. Let's see. I have Where I Am Now and I have the original mix. Okay, so my hats are pretty loud. I'm gonna turn them down because now they're driving me crazy.
New mix has way more bass.
I guess we'll say, I'm not sure if it's better or worse. I don't know if it's better, but it's different. That's for sure. I don't know. There you have it.
Cool. Thank you, man. Oh, there's one more episode. Original versus new. Processing.
So with mix bus stuff and just kind of plugins in general, I don't use a lot of stuff. I mean, typically I don't use a lot of stuff, but then of course sometimes I'm using a lot of stuff where there's a lot of plugins. But like on this one, on the mix bus, originally it was a C1, and then we had an EQ that was like 1 dB maybe of top and 1 dB of bottom. It was this kind of a custom EQ that Sound Factory had, that I always had in the room with me, and it sounded great. The frequencies, I think it was 10K and maybe 50 hertz, so like maybe 1 dB, maybe 2 dB at the most, of just like a little bit of top and bottom. But my approach, you know, I don't typically use a lot of plugins. Sometimes I do. If I have to, I will. But if I don't have to, then I don't. Sometimes I'll get sessions sent to me, because I, you know, like in this case, I didn't produce this track, but I'll, you know, so I mix things for people that I didn't produce, and so I'll see how they were EQing things, and there'll be crazy EQs that look like this. I'll just show you as an example. You know, they'll be like this. You know, all this kind of notching, and you know, that, maybe even another one. Oops. And there might even be even more than that. Like there's some sessions I get where it's just crazy, and yeah, like there could be some resonances or something. There could be something that's problematic, but usually there's not. And for me, I would be, instead of doing this, I would just do that, because I'm used to working with wider EQs. You know, where the width of the EQ, it's almost like tone knobs. I like tone knobs, treble, mid, bass, like that's what I like. Turn the treble up, turn the middle up, turn the bass up. So that's kind of how I see things. But yes, of course, I go in for specific frequencies, and you know, but I am thinking in a brushstroke way. Someone I worked with, an engineer I worked with years ago, this guy Robert Carranza, who's a great engineer who worked with me on some records that I produced early on, and I learned a lot from him. One of the things I noticed that he was doing is that instead of improving the sound instantly with EQ, which a lot of people will grab EQ to, that's the first thing they do, he was just like, before you do that, just turn it up a dB or turn it down a dB or two. And so I'll do that first. I love that trick. Sometimes you just turn the sound up a little bit and it sounds a lot better. And rather than adding top end or mid, whatever, a portion of the sound up, unless it needs it. But I tend to, I'll just turn the fader up a little bit and be like, okay, good, that's good. It doesn't need to be over EQ'd. But yeah, this is kind of typical of a lot of my mixes. I don't do a lot of crazy bussing. If the tracks are sounding good, and in this case, these tracks, everything's really well recorded, so I'm not having to work extra hard to try and like salvage some of these sounds. Sometimes I work on things where they need a bit more work, and so I'll do a lot more complex and more tricks are coming out. But in this song, it didn't really need anything crazy. And on the stereo bus, again, originally I used a C1. I'm just using a TG1, which I've used quite a bit in this version. And then just a little tape emulator, which I think this one sounds great. And that's it. And instead of using EQ, I'm just kind of playing around with some of these settings. These kind of, if you were to align the tape machine, you could tweak the bias and all that. So I'm just kind of playing around with this to get a little more high frequency or tame the low end a little bit rather than adding an EQ. And that's it. I would typically add a little bit of limiting, but it's, for what we're doing here, I don't really need to do that. When I got started mixing, it was sort of not by accident, but it was by necessity, because I would be producing my own songs or producing or engineering songs for other people. And then we kind of got to the point where there was nothing more to record. And so it's like, okay, well, I guess, give me a few hours and I'll finish it and just try to make it sound a little better. So I guess that's what mixing was. I didn't even realize that's what I was doing. I didn't even know there was a thing called mixing or a mixer. It was just like, we just need to make the song better than it currently was, make it sound more finished and sort out some issues with it, maybe some sonic issues. So that's kind of how I got into mixing. And so whenever I would produce an artist, typically I would then mix the album. And probably 95% of what I produce, I also mix, but then I also mix a lot of stuff that I don't produce. And I love wearing both hats. I love producing records. I love working with artists and, creating an atmosphere around their songs and creating an interesting palette. Wearing the producer hat's a lot of fun for me. I wouldn't want to just do that though, because I also love mixing, which in some cases I'm bringing in some of my production experience or even techniques into mixing. And I do think of things as maybe a producer, even though I'm mixing it, I am thinking in terms of how can we make the arrangement sound better. I'm thinking of it like a producer at times, but definitely more technically, I suppose, to bring out the arrangement and make the structure sound more interesting or seem weirder or whatever it is, Sometimes even changing things structurally or with the arrangement, with the tempo. I would need to do both. I'll always need to produce and mix. And then with my own productions, when I'm working with an artist and I suppose, what I am trying to have things sound good along the way, so we'll start with something basic and build the track up from there. I'll try my best to, as quickly as possible, have the rough mixes sound good, because you never know, they'll probably be sent to the label or to managers or to the artist, whatever, or to myself. And when you're listening back to previous roughs, you want to hear the evolution of it, and you want these to sound as good as you can in 20 minutes or whatever, how much time you have to do that. So I am trying to get the roughs to sound good, but I always do set a time aside, sort of like a phase for mixing, and I'll then mix the songs kind of in a new unit of time at that point. There will be some things that I'll keep, like there might be some plugins or some, there could be some drum treatments or things like that that I'll end up keeping, and maybe it's just rebalancing some things, but there might be some things where I've already put some time into and it's working and it's cool. So I'll keep that when I move into the mix phase, but often it's pretty similar to what I do here, where I probably won't listen to the song 9 or 10 times like I do if it's something I'm not familiar with, because I'm already very familiar with the song. But I'll kind of reorient myself, because it may have been a while since I've heard that song. If it's an album, it could have been a few weeks since I've heard the song. So I'll listen through it and do the same kind of thing. Just find, kind of listen overall, find a good balance, check EQ on things, and then just kind of mute everything. And usually when I'm building a track up, in this case, I started with the drums, but I don't always do that. I just kind of listen for the things that are driving the song. So if it's the bass, I may start with the bass first. This song's a little unusual. It's not like a vocal driven song. It's kind of rhythmically driven, and there's the little hook thing, the little vocal thing that Anthony did. But typically, if the vocal was, lyrically was like the main thing, I would have the vocals come in pretty quick, like bass, drums, main instrument, if it's whatever, keyboard, piano, guitar, and then vocals would probably come in straight away, and then I would start building things around that. I never save vocals to the end. I think some people do that. Whenever I've tried that, then I have no space left for my vocal. So I like to bring the vocal in and then fit things around the vocal. Yeah, it's interesting mixing this today, now, here in the box. I'm not familiar with this studio. It's an amazing studio, but I feel like I would need another day to maybe really get oriented in here. But what a cool challenge that is, to go back to something from a few years back that was done on a console. It's quite different, because it was all done on a 70s API console, which is kind of a whole thing in itself. It has a lot of character, and there was a Neve sidecar as well. And the outboard, there was a lot of, I was using PCM 70, DSP 4500, H3000. I had a spring reverb that I still use called a Real Verb, made by Demeter. It's really cool. My Ursa Major, Multivox. I've got a boiler that was used on some of the tracks. That's kind of like a really unusual limiter. It's a really strange piece of outboard. It's really cool. Limiter. It's really stressed through, but it's cool. It's kind of also making me think that maybe I should incorporate some of those pieces of gear a little more now. I don't know. Maybe there's a little more character in some of that stuff, but it's cool. It's fun. It's fun coming back to this, hearing these tracks. I don't know, get it sounding cool all in the box with plugins.
Dope, bro, man, nice. All right.
Down, and I tried to get over myself, and I tried to get off of myself, and I tried to get over myself, and I tried to get off. I tried to get over myself, and I tried.
All right. Next, what is this?
Don't get too upset if maybe you haven't got the best gear. just concentrate on making a great song that people will emotionally respond to. It's not fixed. Music's all about just taste and how you're feeling, and that's what I love about it. There's no right or wrong.
Right, turning into snow.
Hello, my name's John Davis, and today we're at Metropolis Mastering in Chiswick in London. We're going to be going through 2 tracks, one that's going to be coming from beautiful half-inch tape. The artist is Damon Albarn from his new album. The next track is going to be by the Fate Sad Girls, a collective from Brooklyn in New York. We're going to get our hands dirty with this one, maximising buffing and sheening, whereas the half-inch tape is more of just a little bit of touches of fizz and not so hard work. But you'll see both sides of my day, the easy side and the side where I have to actually work for a living. Mastering always meant to me, it was the end. And what you did was you finished the process. A decision is like a ancient art that everyone's forgotten how to stop the painting from being amazing to then suddenly going a bit brown and then ending up as a complete mess, because you stop it when it doesn't need to be worked on anymore. People say, oh look, I'll attend the first mastering, and I'm like, what do you mean the first mastering? And it's like, well, we'll go back, and then once it's mastered, then I'll hear that, oh God, the microphone was a little bit noisy, so I'm going to go back and then send you another master next week, and I'll take out the sound and the clicks and the hisses. And you'll say, well, if you do that, I'm going to have to charge you because that's a revision. I'm like, oh no, why do you have to charge me? Because it's like, I said, well, you don't go into a restaurant, I'll cook you food, you eat the food, and then you come back the week after and you say, well, actually, I don't think there's a bit too much salt and pepper. I'd like to eat that meal again. It's really frustrating because no one knows how to stop. The people who are creative and successful are the people that do stop and realise that nothing is going to be perfect. There is going to be the odd glitch, that something's going to sound out of tune, but it makes it more real, and it's like a Turkish carpet. You can't be too near to God. There's always got to be a little mistake. And if you have that approach and then go to the next track, it's a much healthier way of working than trying to get perfection when all you're really doing is just over-analysing and overcooking. The best sounds you do, the best work you do is when you're working quickly. And it's not to sound rushing. And when people say, well, you did that a bit quick, the album's like, we booked in 2 days, you've done it like in an afternoon. And I sort of think, well, surely that's a good thing, because the mixes should be good. You should not be going to a mastering engineer and asking him to fix problems. You shouldn't really be sending him stems, because that's your job. You should really be doing that yourself. When people say, I'm a producer, I'm a mix engineer, I'm a master engineer, no, they're not. They can be one of them. But when you do it all yourself, you're only hearing it through your own taste. You're not listening to it as someone who can think of the last process to come through a mastering room and have someone to be just to hear it fresh. You could be missing, not seeing the wood for the trees. There can be things that are wrong. It's always good to have people that are experts in their field. I'm probably working in the sort of top 2-3% of like budgets and people that care and are doing it not the old-fashioned way, but doing it in a way where you're using the skill set of different people that are specialised in doing what they do.
All right.
And I mean, that's not to knock. I still love it when you hear, oh, Billie Eilish is in her bedroom with her brother. You see the picture on the YouTube. They're on their bedroom having a laugh, putting the plugins and stuff. But then there is a process after that where it's taken from there and it's going to like a proper mastering engineer. As a mastering engineer, it's like the best time because there's so much more music being made. It's like outsider art. A lot of it is quite hard to listen to, but 2 or 3% of the stuff that's coming from someone's bedroom is amazing because they just don't know the rules. If they can send it to someone like me who's got like a really good monitoring room for like £100, I'll be able to listen to it, try and get it to the sort of same EQ levels. People always need to know that when they send a track in to mastering. It's nice for them to do a little bit of homemade job, just so you can sort of see what level that they're used to listening to. But then it's nice for them to also supply some references of what they were aiming to achieve. I mean, the classic is when you're in a bedsit in Croydon with GarageBand, and then you're sending in Single Ladies by Beyonce, or you want to sound like that, and you think, well, that's you've got to really be able to manage people's expectations. You can't sort of laugh. I mean, you can get the same curve, I can get it to the same level as your Beyonce track, but people probably need to understand that there's no point sending to the mastering guy a reference like that. It should have been listened to when you're doing the track. But then sometimes if you just tell people that, it's almost like the process, I suppose, we mix with the masters or the people who are watching or want to learn. It's much more of a two-way process. People always think, oh, it's too expensive. I can't afford to get it mastered in Metropolis. You go, well, why not? If you do it on an hourly rate, I can do your track in a half an hour. I can send you a 24-bit file, 16-bit file, get something ready for a WAV. It's not an expensive process, but you can. The kit that I've got like some really lovely A to Ds. I've got the Antelope atomic clock, which is just getting everything crystal in such a way that things sound. When I first got that clock, I felt I was EQing stuff, and I wasn't even EQing it. It was just the quality of the kit that I was using. I could set up myself. I always think, I could make some more money if I just went into the garden shed, and I've got like all these headphones, and they simulate like the PMCs. They sound good on that, and it's like I could just use my laptop and I could probably make twice as much money. But where would the fun be for me? It would have disappeared. I'm not good at chasing money. A lot of people, the bills and stuff, I would be giving things away, or I'd be doing things for free. And then I quite like it that I'm working somewhere and I can just deal with the artistic process and talk to the client about the music. And if you are a one-man band, if you're doing everything yourself, you're like, at the end of the session, it's like, we can't really give you the masters. Has the money gone into the bank? And you suddenly the whole relationship between you and the artist changes, and it becomes discoloured by the fact is that you've got another motive, something else is going along, and I don't need to worry about anything like that. And I feel that it all gets in the way. I can work in with just the music, with the engineer, producer, the artist, and we can have a great day, creativity, and then whatever happens, I can send my tracks to the office, and then no one gets the tracks till they're paid for. I have two hats. I can't be good cop and bad cop, and I think a lot of the things where the way that everything's going, where there's been less money in music and less budgets, is that everyone's got two hats. I'm a mix engineer, but also I'll master it for you for cheaper than going to a mastering place, and everything's all just gone a bit beige and brown.
All right,
I would
all
like
right.
to somehow put a spell on where everyone's back to being skilled in their things that it takes a while to do. I can't mix my hot and cold water tap at home. I'm always like burning myself. It's just like cold, and sometimes people are in a hurry. I don't mind doing it when it's like someone's got like 80% of the mix done, or you're working in a new studio, you're not really familiar with it, or you've got a room where you're not really sure whether the vocal's loud enough. And so I understand people I know, or people who have just been able to move around. If they send me 5 stems, I don't mind using my room as a gauge for where the vocal level is. But what I don't want to do is just get everything sent to me, and then you can't glue it together and things don't sound exciting. If I can use the stereo WAV, everything's all glued together, and to me it sounds better. The way that music is listened to and the way that it's broadcast, especially Spotify being very important, but Radio 1 in the UK was always historically, if you got your record on Radio 1, it sounded good on the radio, then you were quids in, things were going well. Nowadays, there's less music. All the tracks that you hear daytime Radio 1, you're lucky to get a cappella vocal, a kick, and a bass noise. Where are the strings? Where are the guitars? Where's the production? The reason why you don't hear it is that the compression they use on radio especially 30-to-1 compression rates where anything musical, any bands become squashed and muffled. The solo artists have taken over because you can't have room for the keyboard player. And so mixes come in, even like big acts. So you get that Ed Sheeran, who was more of a bigger production, has now sort of learned and stripped things down for the bare minimum of instruments that sound good on really rudimentary gear, which is actually phones and laptops. The market is sort of, it's like the tail wagging the dog. It's dictating what they're listening to, but then you can't get around it because you can then say, well, you want to listen to Six Music, which is another BBC channel, which is not using the same amount of compression. It's an older demographic of people that are listening to the show. So therefore, you can play guitar music and you can play old records and you can play full-on Spectre productions, Queen, all this, just loads of instruments, and it'll still sound okay because they're not squashing it and smashing it and putting it out as a little pellet. But the big audiences are still listening to things where just the loudness has just killed everything else. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing. So a lot of people say, they'll send me a track to master, we want it at this level, because otherwise it's going to sound undynamic on Spotify. The classic is, I want it to sound warm, I want it to sound dynamic, I want it to sound organic, but really what they want me to do is smash it to bits and just not tell them. Because the minute you do that and follow their instructions, oh, it's not very loud when you listen to it on the playlist. Part of my job is to really be able to give people what they need, even if they think they need something else. I'll probably be the last person to sort of like fall over, but I'm happy working with people that are more like friends and clients that I've known since we've all started out in the 80s, 90s, seeing people move through, getting really, really good or really successful, working out how they've got successful, and other people who are equally good. I get people that come in who are just absolutely amazing and they don't know anyone in a record label. They don't know a manager. They just have just done it all themselves, and they'll come in and they'll be really scared, and then they'll think they're going to be judged. You don't want mastering to become like a trip to the dentist. It should be somewhere where you can be feeling comfortable and also knowing that whatever I can tell people is going to help them for their next track. It was not just what he used to be. It was being someone that was a mastering engineer and then put the track and then send it off to the factory. A mastering engineer now, because there's 10,000 bands in London, is also you're being part manager. Everyone of my age in a record label has been sacked. So you've got people in the labels, you've got people on £10,000 a year, and then you've got
my vocals. I record through the UAD console with my Apollo X6 here, and I use a Neve 1073 preamp, and also it goes through this compressor here. And in Logic or whatever, I just auto-tune, of course, because I suck. Everybody uses auto-tune, and then high-pass low-cut filter around 100 hertz, just to get off the mud, and I took it off myself. And then a de-esser. I used this one, but I also used the Waves de-esser. And then this compressor, which I really like. But I also used LA2A followed by or 1176, and then EQ, this one. There are a bunch of free or cheaper ones, but I like this one. Just cutting some 100 hertz and then boosting some 10k. And sometimes I use this doubler plugin, which makes it wider. Yeah, that's it, and some reverb and delay. Pretty basic, but it works. It also helps to have a good room, a treated room, and a decent microphone. And then microphone placement, you know, not too close, not too far away, and just set the levels so it doesn't distort, and it's not too quiet. I always aim to record at about from -18 to -12 dBs with maximum peaks of -6. That's basically it. Yeah, hopefully that answered your question.
Few people are on 2 million, but the whole middle is gone from the entire industry. And so the people that knew how to, I know that reference, I know that guy, he's a good manager. It sounds, all the people that can tie people together are sort of gone. But like the mastering engineer, we've still managed to stay here. So you can give people much more than just a master. Now it's about putting tracks on our socials. We have like a new Music Friday, things that you've been working on. You can help them with advice on.
Glad to learn. I appreciate you. Keep it up. No worries, man. I'm happy to help. Thank you.
Producers, engineers, mixers for all budgets, because you get to know everyone in the industry. When I was a kid, I used to listen to John Peel, who used to be Radio 1. He was playing the outsider music. But if you listen to his show from 10 to 12, you'd hear stuff that was recorded and all sorts of budgets, but it was never chart music. And so I suppose Spotify is a bit like that, where I can make playlists of tracks that, was it like sort of 70% of the tracks on Spotify are never played even once? It's such a different world. And for the artists, it's never been so hard to be sort of, hello, I'm here, I'm great, and I'm here. Even a mastering engineer's job is just to be able to sort of do a bit more than just the job. I was in an awful punk band when I was a kid. I was like sort of 18. And if I thought that someone would actually sort of talk back or just show some interest, as opposed to just not caring, I think that they're the things that have changed, and it's more of a two-way. Things are more flexible, and people expect more. I mean, sometimes they expect too much, where you get Instagram. No one likes to email anymore. Everyone wants to be a friend on Instagram. But the trouble is that you get like thousands of messages a day of like, well, what do you think of the track? Oh, it sounds a little bit woolly. So I try and get booking people and people to sort of help me with doing that, because otherwise I'd spend all day on Instagram. But the secret is that once you get people who are feeling that they actually know you and you're giving something back, the value that you can give as part of your job, it's not just doing the job and then taking the money and going. It's trying to keep a client, someone as a more of a friend, someone that you can stay with and obviously watch them get better and get more experienced. And it's great to be able to grow with, see people go from nothing to become really successful. I mean, that happens all the time. I forget, sometimes I'll buy records or I'll buy a CD. Sometimes I'm the only person keeping the physical thing going. I'll go to Rough Trade on a Sunday and get a record, and then I'll buy something and then think, look at the credits, and sometimes I realise I've mastered it. I think, oh my God, I've just completely forgot that I did that. We've got engineers here that house engineers have done thousands of tracks over the years, but when you look on their Discogs, they've got hardly any credits because they've just not appeared on someone's list. And now that you don't know who's mixed them, who mastered the track, because the information isn't there. So it's up to the individual engineer to be able to have to promote themselves, which is like a really big difference. And I think that people have to realize to be exceptional, and it's not just enough. You've got to wear the several hats, put something back as well.
Makes sense.
Just to show you a little
Jesus.
guide view of the room, I think it's the best room in Metropolis. We've got 5 mastering rooms. This one is good because it can accommodate a band, producer. You can get like 7 or 8 people in here, and it doesn't really have a sweet spot where I've been to so many places where you've just got to be like here to get a good sound. It's been designed and built in an era where people were buying millions of CDs, so there was no expense spared. It's like 20 years old now. It used to be a mix room, but you can see it's got lots of room to sit, and from wherever you are, you can get a good picture because of the room being so accurate. And of course, like for every mastering engineer, the most important thing about our rooms are the main monitors. I've got a PMC BB5 XBD, which are really properly top of the range in terms of expense. I think they're 35,000-40,000 pounds like each now, which is obviously, if you're going to be opening up a mastering room yourself, you're not going to be able to get them. So it's another example of where I could be using headphones, a good pair of all these headphones, a nice phonitor amp. To me, it's like the fun is turning the monitor level up and having a room with everyone vibing. And it's part of the excitement is having a great monitoring system where you know that what you're hearing is actually, there's no coloration at all. It's just what the music really sounds like. Sometimes it can really shock the engineer or the mix engineer. They will say, "Oh, what have you done to it?" And it's like, "Mate, I haven't done anything to it. This is what your mix really does sound like." So, in order to have a great monitoring system, you can't do any mastering without knowing that. You know that whatever you're adding or taking away from what you're working on is the right thing to do, because you know that your monitoring is 100% spot on. So in order to aid my workflow, I've got small PMCs as well. I'm working on such amount of work in a day. I can do between 10 and 20 tracks a day, and I haven't got time to listen to different colorations. When I go into mixed rooms and people have got sets of speakers that are all sounding differently, I'm sort of thinking, how can you make a decision on an EQ when everything is sounding differently? So my little PMCs sound rather similar to the big ones. So I can listen to things quietly on the small PMCs and then judge a vocal level, which is much easier to judge when you listen to things quietly. But also I can turn the big ones up and I know that you've got the uniform sound. So if anyone's with me, it takes away 2 or 3 hours of twiddling and wasting time a day. You've got a good sounding room. Your monitors are what I'm happy with and what I'm used to. They've got no coloration. They're excellent bits of kit. So it allows you to know what you're doing is you're on the right side. You're going to be okay as long as you can add things and subtract things with some good kit. So what I'd normally do is I would play a file either from 1/2-inch tape. I've got the prisms over there, so it will go through the D to A first, play it on a Wavelab, D to A through my analog chain. This is so important in terms of the coloration and the depth of your products. is, to me, dictated by not using in-the-box plugins. I feel that all you end up getting is things that are louder, but using some lovely analog kit, which is sort of selected over the years to choose the things that suit my taste, you end up with a quality product, which I hope that can always improve on in the box. For example, I've got like EQ-wise, Avalon AD2077. I've not heard any plugin that can get to that same amount of air and sparkle, call it fizz. It's not actually EQing, so you're going 20K, 25K. What it does to me is when you're playing things, it takes like a lid off, a digital lid disappears, just opens up the space, and then suddenly things just seem bigger and sort of sparkle, pays my rent, pays my mortgage. That's a piece of kit that I'd need wherever I went. If you can't afford the 2077, you can get the 747, which is like sort of a fraction of the price, which is a compressor, but it's also got EQ, which is still great. It's not as accurate when you're trying to recall stuff, but it's got like the air, the bass has got a lovely rich sound. So if you can't afford that, or if that breaks, which sometimes it does, I can use this as well as or instead. For the bass end, the Summit Audio, this is just fantastic in terms of getting some proper sort of subby, maybe adding like 56 warmth and a sort of weight to the tracks. Adding some sort of aggression, sort of 2-3K, not so good on the high end. Sounds a little bit sort of brash. So I would use like the Avalon for the sparkle, this for the body and bass. Go over to the Mazalek EQ. They're all Metropolis. You can see they're Metropolis branded. They're all designed when the guys basically built the studios. Everyone wanted really everyone to be on the same wavelength. So we had a lot of Mazalek built the desks very similar in all the rooms. But over the years, the EQs have changed. More to the individual engineer's taste, really. But the Mazalek MEA2, I use this more of as the sparkle and the coloration of the Summit and the Avalon. And this is good for just filtering out sort of signals that are not great. If it's too much bottom end or a little bit too much top, use the Mazalek for that sort of thing. I use the desk, the master controller. It's got some great little things you don't really see. The stereo width on here, sometimes I'm looking and making tracks like 100% wider. Amazed how everything is just through the middle nowadays. I always feel that you used to be able to mono the signal and reverse polarity, and then you'd hear just the stereo effects, and there's less of it now. I don't know why that is. I think it's just trying to get things to sound good on really rudimentary systems on phones, basically. But in here, I've got the output so I can increase the width of the tracks. I always find sometimes that helps to make the tracks a little bit wider, and then everything else has a bit more space around it, and you can sort of really make things sounding pretty epic and really big. I really like things that are just going to be like super real sometimes, really, really change the fatness of everything. Got an elliptical EQ. People always sometimes put lots of stereo. The human ear cannot hear stereo below sort of 80 hertz, so there's no point putting loads of stereo on your track, because if you want to cut if you're going to cut vinyl to it, it's going to end up jumping. So I've got an elliptical EQ that can mono the track, usually under sort of like 150 if I'm doing a vinyl cut. My analog side, I've got a multi-band compressor, a Mazalek, tracks that have not been too boomy, or I've got too much energy, or I've got dynamics in the bottom end where there's a lot of 50 and not much 120. I can use the multi-band compressor to control that. Not really use it so much on highs or mids. The crossover sort of set to sort of 200, but below that, that's good to control the bottom end. I've got like NDS2 Mazalek, which acts as a sort of de-esser, so I can set that to like sort of 8 to 16, put the insert in, so if tracks have got a lot of high brittleness on the vocals, which also are a problem when you're cutting to vinyl. You don't want the track to spit. So I've got like a nice little analog de-esser, which works more musically and subtly than the plugins, Fab Filters or whatever. So I do like to use that. The Vice is a great little box as well, with sort of sounding, using that as a flavour when tracks are sounding a little bit not glued together enough. That's always a nice thing to sort of glue it all together. So, but usually I've got like sort of EQ-wise, I'm probably only got 2 or 3 running at once. Another beginner error is trying to put too much on. I always feel my job is like when you're taking a picture and it's just about, and you just want to get the picture in focus, just to brighten it and get it in focus and not using too much kit. I'm happy with just the Summit, Avalon, bit of EQ on the top end of the Avalon here. After it's gone through my analog chain, I've got like a TC here, which is top of the range 15, 20 years ago. It was like a miracle machine, but then now I just sort of lean things on it, because although they were so expensive, the Fab Filter came in, which was like a fraction of the price. That was like £50, and that was like sort of £10,000. And I'd A/B, and I'd think, I really want that one to sound better, please. And it sort of invariably didn't. And it was like a real sort of shock when you sort of realised that the Fab Filter was basically just sort of amateur thing. Now everyone uses it, but it used to be, I used to sort of like hide it and think that it was sort of like trying to hang on to your little secrets. And it's a fantastically open limiter. So what I would do, once I'm happy with the EQ of the track, then for limiting, getting the level up, instead of 1 limiter, I would probably use 2 or 3. So maybe I would use Pro L in conjunction with the Ozone. There's a lot of stuff wants to sound a little bit warmer. I use the Vintage EQ, Vintage compressor, bit of EQ to roll off the bottom sometimes. But then mainly I'm using the maximizer, a couple of dBs on the Ozone, a couple of dB on the Fab, and then I've got like a old school L2 hardware, which is like sort of proper collectible. There's not really many of them around. They're usually just seen as a plug-in, but I've got the original hardware version, which for like rock stuff and like some heavy metal, it sounds absolutely brilliant. It's got a bit distorted, but not so much on clubby stuff, but on vintage is perfect. At the moment, I'm using Sadie as a workstation, but I use Wavelab to play the tracks out of, so I can do denoising. I sometimes use RX to play back things. So I always find that sometimes using that, I can get rid of any clicks or hiss or crackles. It seems to work pretty quick. So I can sort of, if there are problems with the track, I can sort of tidy that up before it's mastered. So it will obviously be played from here, D to A through all the kit, and then A to D back into the workstation, through the limiting on there, and then capture the tracks on, this is like an album here that I've done. We're moving over to Sequoia. It's taken a while for me to sort of adapt to the Sequoia, which seems to be a lot more flexible, a lot faster, and you can automate EQs and level rises much better than you can do in the Sadie. Master the tracks here, then I would compile the tracks for an album. So obviously this one here has got like a crossfade into the track 2. That's another thing about Spotify, is that it seems to have destroyed the art. Where you used to make an album that had crossfades, and now you with the ISRCs, you can't send them the album with a crossfade and then the tracks without the crossfades, because otherwise you only get the plays on one of the 2 versions. So I hate it when you hear a track and it just comes in, or you can hear the track before it. So Spotify has sort of got rid of those sort of lovely sort of concept albums with the sort of long crossfades between tracks. Some would say that's a good thing if you don't like prog, but it's a bit annoying. Everything's become a little bit more uniform. So then what I would do is master the tracks, and then once I'm happy with everything, I would just make a WAV master. So I would put the artist's name in, track titles, ISRC codes, choose which resolution, 24-bit or 16 for CD audio. Sample rate 44, 96, 192. We usually master to whatever the tracks come. So if you're bringing in a 44 24, we'll master at 44 24. If you do it at 96 24, we'll master at 96. So it's always good to master at the same resolution as it was mixed at. A lot of the times people say, oh look, can we want a 96k version, but they've only sent me over a MP3 or a 16-bit version. People really need to be educated a little bit more about that, because I think that's a frustrating thing that you can spot a mile off when something's just been sample rate converted. That's basically the workflow. We'll give you a little demonstration of mastering a track. I think is a good idea, just to sort of see what happens.
Please. Thank you. Finally, bro.
The artist is Damon Albarn from his new album. Tape's so good because people don't realise, people put all their tracks on a hard drive. One of the frustrating things is that people don't know that as an archive, if you mix onto tape, you know in 20, 30 years' time, I might have to bake it, but someone's going to be able to come along, get that track, and he'll be able to play it or remaster it, and the results will be fantastic because you'll be able to use all the new technology. People make the mistake of archiving their tracks and then putting it onto a drive. I have so many projects that when people come back after 10 years and their drive has died and all their tracks have gone. And obviously now people are going back to the multi-tracks and finding ways of getting stems to make Dolby immersive audio. So if you can't get to your multi-tracks, it's a big flaw in the system. I think people thought that hard drives were going to work forever. They don't. Whereas the tape, I mastered the entire Led Zeppelin back catalogue, and that was all from quarter-inch tape that was recorded in 1969. And you could go back to the tape. Warner's, they tried to just send me what they thought they were archiving all of their precious quarter-inch tape. But what they were archiving was, I think it was 9624, but obviously every 5 years, the 96K becomes 192. So it's always better to go back to the source if you can. So we managed to go back to the original recordings. I mean, I was sitting in here one day with a quarter-inch of Stairway to Heaven. I didn't want to be the person to touch it for it to be sort of go or like snap. So I got Simon, who was a guy in the tech, because he was like really excited by just having the tape in the building. So I got him to fast forward and rewind because it was just way too much of an artifact for me to fuck up. But it was great listening to that. To have Jimmy Page stand behind me, listening to the quarter-inch of Stairway to Heaven, me mastering it, it was just like, whoa. And then being able to use the technology we've got now, and for Jimmy to go, this sounds great. And you're thinking, oh my God, this is just, that only happens 2 or 3 times in your career, that you just realize that how far you've come and what other people can see that you've done this. You've got like guitar icon, happy with what you've done. I've only added a little bit of 10K to the track and trying to bring his guitar out a little bit more. It was only made possible because we had the tape, we had the original tape. And I think that we've got to realize that all the work that you've done, you've got to have it in a position where you've got to be able to get it back in 10 years' time, whether it be in the cloud or 3 or 4 different hard drives, and make sure that you're turning them on a couple of times a year, because otherwise they're going to die and you're going to be left with no music. So let's do a little mastering. This is a track called Royal Morning Blue. It's a new single, so it's quite current. It's just come out from Damon Albarn's new album. The nearer the fountain, more pure the stream flows. Great working with Damon, great working with Stephen Sedgwick, who is his mix engineer, who prefers to master, mix onto the half-inch tape. With half-inch, you've got to have a good machine. So basically, we've got like a Ampex, we've got like the ATR, the same as what they've got in their studio. You have to line the tones up. Lining the tones up before is another great sort of like dweeby thing to do. But I've got a sort of way of doing it to tweak the bass, which I won't tell you about, because that's the only secret I've got. I'm giving them all away, guys. I've got to keep some secrets. So, but the tape has got a good flavour. They often send me the 96K digital file as well, so we can choose between the half-inch tape analog and the digital file. We sometimes find that for the mids and tops, they do sound more accurate on the data, but for the bass end, the half-inch tape has just got like a fuzzy sort of warmth, which you just can't get. They often have amazing, the Gorillaz stuff has got Good, the Bad, the Queen. Bass end is so important to Damon. It's a real West London sort of big bass. Paul Simonon plays on a lot of the stuff that he does, and his bass on a half-inch sounds like Paul Simonon, but when you play it on a data file, it doesn't sound. It's so weird. It's just a completely different feeling from it. So we like the half-inch tape. So what I'll do normally is get the track up. So let's just say we're doing this run through. We're going to do this for the radio. So with the radio EQ, we want to give it a little bit of sparkle. So Avalon, put in a bit of 17K. What I'm hearing is I'm just hearing a little bit of lift. Half a dB at 10K. Sounding good. Summit. Bit of 180. Fatten the beat up. Using stereo spread. From being mono, 20% wider. That's making things sound really open, nice and epic sounding. Get some more, or squeeze some more level of the analog output. Making sure it's not going over on my A to D. Taking the EQ out. Just AB in that. The mix is so good, it just needs that little bit of sparkle, a little bit of warmth. Bit of character on the bottom end. So next run through, I'll add the limiting. I've got the Summit EQ, which is that. I'm adding 1.5 dB at 180. The Avalon EQ, I'm adding 217. Another little bit of kick on the one on 120. It's always a good one in terms of looking at the mix. So I'm adding a bit of 120, 180. Oh, let's go a bit of 2K7. To get a bit more aggression for the radio version, so it just cuts through a little bit more. So that's all I'm using, and I'm just using a dB extra of level. So no limiting, no compression.
Ever.
So let's just see where we are in terms of level.
Where's the VU meter? Oh, there's a meter here.
So we've got 20% width as well on this one. So I've got a 10 dB pad on the VUs, and it's going to like -7. So we can add a bit of limiting. What we'll do is first of all, put the fab filter, have a quick listen to where we are. Some of the presets are good to start off with. Punch is a good one. Transparent's great. Stay by your side. If you have to look at the limiter here, it's good to be able to see where we are in loudness.
Nothing like this had ever happened.
little twiddle around with that. Sounding good. Maybe 3 dB. Might change that to Ozone 9 actually. So we choose what plugins we're going to put in. Ozone 9. I like to use the modern mode. Have a little mess around with the threshold. Put the ceiling at 0.1 so we've got a bit of, there's no overs. One thing about using half-inch is a bit fatiguing having to go back and forth, but so much more fun to be using half-inch tape. Listen to it in mono.
Royal morning blue, you are saying nothing like this had ever happened.
So that's completely flat, straight from the tape. And then EQ in. Ozone maximizer. Fab filter Pro L. And that's got a nice CD level. 20% wider.
Yes, CD.
Enjoying the saxophone on this. Saxophones are back. In the last year, they seem to have disappeared for 20 years. No one wanted to have a sax on their tracks, and now they're proper back. Damon wouldn't be using one otherwise. And then that, to me, is a finished master.
Stay by my side.
So with that, then I would just have a listen through to it, maybe on the headphones once, maybe have a little walk round. It's always good to clear your ears. In mastering, you've got to take loads of ear breaks because you can just get yourself too into the zone. Go outside, have a little wander around, go to the bar. We've got a nice big studio here. Come back and then have one more listen. Then we'll usually just lock it down, make a 24-bit version, we'll do either for MFit, Apple Digital Music. I always try and do one EQ if I can help it. If you try and start double guessing, and people ask me to do a Spotify EQ with less limiting on, for it to be limited less on Spotify, or like a vinyl EQ, you could end up with sort of 6 or 7 different versions, and invariably the wrong one will be used. So I like to use like a master, a track that is as loud as it can be, it's still sounding great, and then the mastered version you can then chip away and use different versions. So you can roll off the sort of below 30 and above 15 for vinyl. I'm cutting to vinyl in the other room, so I can still use the same master. Another good trick is to be able to, if people do specifically want a less maximized version, I can use the EQ, set that up, and then have 2 settings, so I can run off a more limited version on 1 and 2, and run off a less limited version on 3 and 4, just to speed the process up. So you can, you don't need as much limiting, especially on vinyl. It's nice just to get a louder cut, but you're not charging people like double the amount, because people will never have the money to do a vinyl EQ as well as a CD. They've usually got the budget to just do one. And people still do MFIT. It's really not much different. All we do here this end is put a less 1 dB of volume, which is making sure it's still 24-bit. That's basically it. So once I've mastered the track, what I've got here is a selection of drives. People can be working in the production room. I can basically do the EQing. The parts and the gaps and stuff can all be run out in the production room, because I'm obviously more expensive per hour. I always see mastering as audio hairdressing, really. It shouldn't be an audio heart operation, or definitely not a brain operation. I do it very spontaneously. I'm sort of hearing things, making decisions without too much chin stroking, just because I'm in the flow of it. I know the room's good. I know the more that I work on something, it's not necessarily going to get better. It's going to probably get worse. And then bounce the tracks off to a dispatch drive here, and then the office can then send it off to the client for approval. I keep my notes on the mix bus. So I set every track has got its own mix settings, and then I name the track, and then just put my EQ notes, my analog EQ notes here. So when something comes back, or people ask to do the instrumentals, you've got everything all set up and you can just run it through the same process.
Makes sense.
Every job is different. And when it comes to loudness and people's specifications, I have my own taste, but really that's dictated by the client. For example, if I was doing a David Wrench mix, I know that he likes to have a lot of dynamics, and for things not to be toned down so much when it's played through the normalizer on Spotify. On my VUs in front of me, I've got them padded down by 10 dB. Through the years, things have got louder, and then now they're sort of, I think they've achieved maximum loudness, but they're going back a bit. So I would be looking at sort of -2 on my VUs for a David Wrench, or like something which needs a little bit more dynamics. And then on the Fab Filter, I'll just be checking the level. I mean, in terms of the overall lofts, it's really client dictated. People are invariably saying they want me for it not to be turned down on Spotify or Apple or Tidal. But I think a danger is, which I'll try and explain to people, is that sometimes if you don't use as much limiting, for it to become a bit more dynamic, it does lose. Sometimes I find it's better for Spotify just to turn it down itself, because people think they're working with compression. They're not. It's just the levels coming down. So in terms of loudness and glue, I sometimes find that if they do turn it down, it sounds better than if you've given them a less limited version to put on the site, so it doesn't have to turn down. It will still, in a playlist with other tracks, you've got a danger of it still sounding a bit shy and not sounding so exciting. Sometimes the excitement is in the level and the way that it's squashed and the way that it feels glued together. But it's a playoff. It's a pure taste thing. So I wouldn't say that I'm making things louder or quieter nowadays, because I think every client has their own reference point, and so I just like that to be dictated by them, because there isn't a right and wrong. But I do think sometimes when you think of the top 200 tracks on Spotify, the big albums in the States, they're all completely smashed to bits. I mean, sometimes I hear stuff and I think, oh, that sounds great. And then you'll listen to it. It'll be like, say, the last Radiohead album. We were doing a track off of that for a film, and we got the original album, the Moon album, and there's a piano ballad, and it was like, oh my God, it was like the loudest thing. It was louder than hell. And it's like, you wouldn't think that if you heard it. I was doing a reference to Black Star, the last Bowie album, and always it sounded really warm and very organic to me. And then actually listening to it in here and seeing how loud that was sort of blew my socks off, because I was not aware of it. And I think that you can get into a world of indecision and worry about levels of things, and start thinking you're going to follow the latest dictates of whatever Spotify are saying. But the danger is that you're just locking things in time. They may change their algorithm next year, and they may change that again, and suddenly the one that you've mastered is going to sound really shy. You have to have an idea of what your main demographic is for the product that you're doing that day, whether it be for radio. You don't want to smash it on radio, as I said before, because the compression is so extreme anyway. You want to drop the level. An interesting thing with, I used to work at the BBC, so I used to work in the radio transmitter place in Broadcasting House. I do a lot of Radio 1 jingles, the jingles for the DJs to play between the tracks. And we realised that when we were mastering the jingles, the quieter we mastered the jingle, the louder it came back on the radio. And it's obviously the thing where you think it's the opposite of what you would imagine to happen, because the compression was sucking things out of it. But when it was quieter, it suddenly came to life. So it was a really good example for me to be able to explain to bands that come in, I want to be loud for the radio, was not the right way of doing it. You want to be quieter and for it to come back louder. And then that's something that's really only your experience, and also knowing the people who are doing the final stage. What I try and do is just what the best for the track. And I feel that if you start chasing a current algorithm in terms of level, it should really be just the one. You can get things sounding good where you still have some dynamics, but keeping the excitement is really important. So I think that everything's different, because a lot of people have their opinions on what they want their track to sound like. And I think that some people are not worried about the Spotify. They're not worried about sounding quiet on a playlist. But when you're trying to jostle amongst another 1,000 acts, if you're just going to go, well, I'll keep it nice and dynamic, I don't really want the limiting, it's even harder for you to sort of poke yourself up. And you've got, when you think of all the big boys and all the big acts and how loud those tracks are, you've got to make some compromises in order to sort of be in the same ballpark even. But then if you are doing like really arty stuff and you're really happy just to be doing something on a less of a mass market appeal, then you don't need any limiting. We can do things that are geared for like classical, where there's no limiting, where you've got a loud section, a quiet section. Really, it's you never know what to expect. One of the joys in being a mastering engineer is that, unlike mix engineers, you're dealing with different genres of music every day. You get a good overall picture. You're not specialised. If you're a mix engineer, you always end up doing rock, or you're doing the same thing every day. A day from a mastering engineer, I'll have a South Korea, Japan, China, France, Italy. I've been doing stuff for Lebanon, Argentina, Brazil. When you do key projects, I've done like the Led Zeppelin remastering, and so therefore you get every old sort of heavy metal band in the world wanting to use the same people. So it's great fun working with like the Argentina's rock band, and the amount of work that comes in from all over the world now has totally changed in the last 20 years. I used to be really excited. I used to get stuff in from Virgin France. Philippe Gandelon, I don't know, he's one of the an A&R man who used to send stuff over, and I was like, wow, I'm so exotic that I'm doing this act. But then now stuff's coming through from Korea. There's an area in China called Chengdu, and it seems to be like the Camden of China. It's like really trip-hop stuff, really amazing beats and fantastic stuff. That sort of, you play it to an A&R person in this country, it's not on the radar, but it's amazing that they can sometimes works really well, like especially in Australia. I've got a lot of acts in Melbourne, Perth, Adelaide, Sydney, and they can send me a track. I can master it, and then when they wake up in the morning, they've got the mastered track. So it really works well sometimes like that. It's really opened up everything. It's much more exciting for a mastering engineer just to hear stuff from all over the world. You understand how the French market sometimes has like a louder vocal or brighter and louder vocal, whereas like Italy is much less. It's like the tastes of countries become apparent to you. You've got to be really worried about how you're affecting the sound of a language that you don't understand. When you have a relationship with a mix engineer and it's built up over a period of time, which is what you invariably want to have, you don't want to have a succession of one.
It's been good, man. Thanks for asking. What about you, man?
One-off studio sessions where you never see the person again because obviously you're doing something wrong. When you have a relationship with a mix engineer, while they're mixing, they're thinking, well, they've seen me work. I've told them what I can do. I've told them that the specific mastering EQs.
Yeah, just making music. Same.
Are going to be better a lot of the time than the EQs that they've got in the studio. And so they understand what they're going to leave. It's going to help them in the mix. They're going to go, well, I've got the bass to a level where I think it's good, but if it needs to be enhanced, we'll do that at the cut. So that saves them an hour of like dicking around doing that. The vocal level, that's good. We can change that. If they can keep things raw.
No, this guy's a mastering engineer. I'm just trying to learn how to master my songs better.
It's always better to add a mastering stage than to take off. If people have a relationship with the mix engineers that can get a point to where they've got the mix 80%, 90%, and then think, well, anything else we can do, we'll use them on another set of speakers, and then we don't have to worry that we are putting a little bit too much bottom end on now. Let's keep that for the next stage. And so, therefore, when I'm mastering a track for Steve Sedgwick or...
No. It's my LED lights that you can't see on the roof. Sun won't come up for another 2-3 hours. I mean, it is 4 a.m., so pretty soon.
For like Stephen Street or for Flood or Alan Moulder, I can see it in there. They're expecting me to just push a few things just to get a little thing, get a bit more excitement out. Either that or...
9:48 p.m. Oh yeah, where are you? Where you located, man?
Even better, what they can do, bands get like a limited version that they have of the mix for them just to sort of check out at home, and the bands get used to. I have some
friends that are on vacation in New York right now.
That they've been listening to from the mix engineer, we just add in some fab filter or just some limiting to a track so they can hear it at a level which is with everything else. And then when you get too used to listening to that, you can't, when you come to the mastering house, you don't want to be in a position where you're taking all of their work off, all their limiting and all their EQ off, and then you're starting again the way that you're seeing it in a specialized room, because then you'll get the track up to the same level as what the band have been listening to as references, but it's going to sound completely different. I don't know if it sounds better or not. And then you end up losing work because they'll go invariably with the one that they've been used to. So in order to stop that from happening, what I like to happen is that when you've got like a mix engineer who hasn't got my outboard kit.
What time do you go to bed? I mean, now for the last few days it's been really trash. I've been going to bed at like 7 a.m. and waking up at like 2-3 p.m. But usually I try to fall asleep around 3 a.m. and wake up around 12. but I know that's bad too, but I just work better at night, so it's fine for me.
Use this. So they'll send me a template of what the band have been listening to. So that's a new thing that's been happening over the last 5 years, is when I'm sent
To bed, man. Have a good night. Are you gonna be live tomorrow? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And tomorrow I'm doing like a 10-hour stream, I think. So yeah. But yeah, I'm going to bed. Yeah. Thank you. Good night, bro. Good night.
the ozone limiter, the fab filter, any digital EQs. So I get sent the listening copy, but
For sure,
instead
bro.
of just
Thank
being
you.
sent the limited listening copy, I'm given how they got to the limited copy, what they've used. So the theory then is that you can use the limiting what they've band have been used to, what they're happy with. You can tweak it for your own tastes, because that's what they're coming here for you, for your own taste. But then the EQ, what they've set and what the band have been listening to post mix, you can then swap the EQs over with the posh analog ones. So they'll say they'll give me like a 20K on an ozone EQ. So they'll send me something like that, and then I'll say, well, look, it sounds great, but if I do that on here on the Avalon, then it's going to sound better. So I can just change the digital EQs in the box to the analog EQ and then rebounce it back. And so the band get, or the artist get something back which is not dissimilar to what they've been listening to as a listening copy, but has got the richness of the analog, has got more 3D, and you end up with a win-win situation, and then everyone's happy because the mix engineer has given you a little bit more than just his raw mix. And so that's a good way of working now, I think, of just using a template as a guide, but then using your mastering kit just to sort of give it that extra gloss and sweetness that they haven't got the kit to do.
Cool. All right. Well, I am going to bed now because I have to be up kind of early tomorrow actually. So thank you, Ritual. Thank you, Nicolas. Thank you, Hjorde. Thank you, AC. And thank you, Josh Lott. Thanks for stopping by. And I'll be back tomorrow. So, yeah. Good night, man. Thank you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe. I hope I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, 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 bye.